Hello? Hopefully my audio is working. And hopefully it sounds better in a way. But anyways, welcome to the stream. Welcome, guys. Hopefully you all are doing great. Let me just a few set things up here. There we go. I'm just gonna do some sketches today and some cleanup for this one. Alright. I guess I'll be going with the sketch first. I haven't done some warm-ups, so I might be a bit too rough today. And also, I didn't get any coffee this morning, so I might sound more sluggish. And you guys might hear some uh, drilling or sort of construction noises at the background. Because there's some, my uncle is applying some tiles on on our stairs, so yeah, this is why I couldn't draw that much either recently. But that's enough rambling. Yeah, I also need to do something. Hold up. I'm going at dark mode. Gonna go with dark mode today. Because I've been noticing my eyes are sort of getting fatigued or getting tired looking at like bright ass screen or a white ass screen recently. Looks kind of late to draw now, but that's fine. As for a commission, yeah. This one is gonna be a commission. The other one is just It's just a fan art, so it's more of a personal work. Except for this one. I mean, class. No. Is it still not a break on your price? Because typically around this times, like for example, late October or like that, typically semester breaks or sem breaks occurs around this time of the month. Finally back to working on Goblin Slayer. I just need to clean this up, that's all. But it might take me forever because there's so many shots in this one. And Goblin Slayer's armor is not really the easiest. I mean, his helmet is just the only hard part, or the tricky part, or basically the part that is gonna take up more time to draw. Cause holy shit, I got so many fucking sketches, yet none of them are getting finished. Going back and forth. Focus on this one first. god. I shouldn't really be too bothered by this. I really just need to pose and all. I guess I'm still gonna be covering this with designs and all that. I guess this be also detailed. Oh, I don't think this should be long. I'm low-key getting back to like making commissions again or doing commissions since again. I gotta save up some sums by a game. But I also need a controller. I don't want to play it with like. Here's the thing. I don't like playing roguelike games or what do you call those type of games? Arcade-like games with a fucking keyboard and mouse. The only times I only play with a keyboard and mouse is probably when I'm playing FPS games. But anything else, I need a fucking controller. But for some reason, controllers are so expensive. Here, I guess, specifically. I didn't realize, or I didn't expect it to be so expensive. Even if it's just a bunch of bootlegged ones. Not an original, you know, Xbox or PlayStation controller. Man, am I the only one who finds man, Xbox fans are probably gonna maul for me for this, but I find Xbox or any controllers apart from PlayStation look too chunky for me, and I just do not like the layout. Man, this is why grown up getting used to PlayStation devices. You heard of the dude Bayonetta? I haven't seen. Charlie looks so disappointed in someone. I mean, I don't blame him. Bayonetta is like a really beloved franchise, and to be ruined by the creator themselves is something else. It's the most heartbreaking thing that you'll probably get. And they ruined the most important aspect to the franchise. The voice actress is a Bayonetta is like it's like a very important factor to what made the game, popular. People will probably disagree because it's only the voice actors, yada yada yada, but in actuality, it does make an impact. It does make a difference to the game. Or experience, I guess. But the situation is just overall messy. They didn't want to hire the OG voice actress for Bayonetta, because I think she was asking for a raise. That's it. That's it. And I think they refused to do that, and would much rather hire basically another voice actress that is much more well renowned or popular, I guess. And obviously the pay rate for that voice actress is gonna be much more expensive, which is blasphemous and overall just a messy situation. And their logic is just flawed, and that's it. And I honestly cannot blame a lot of people are kind of upset on it. And the creator, I think the creator, I forgot his name. The creator is just molding all over Twitter. It kind of reminds me of like Yonder Dev. His behavior reminds me of Yonder Dev, the developer for like the game called Yonder Simulator, which is known for like not being finished and just overall a nightmare for game developers because of like spaghetti codes and all that stuff, all those other controversies. And basically, what they do is that they instantly block you if you dare to question their actions. And I think the voice actor for Connor, is known for like, voice actor for Connor in Detroit, Become Human. Forgot his name again. I forgot the actor's name. And he basically calls out the creator. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Obviously. And honestly, at this point, people are like, would probably boycott that game. You can still buy it. But yeah, it would not be the same anymore. That's for sure. I don't think I should be even doing this right now. You didn't heard about the new info about the actual pay rate of the voice actor? She actually was going to be paid 4K for voice line. So either she lied or thought she was only being paid for 4K for the entire time. But I hope it's a line where she mistook the 4K pay rate. No, I heard about that. In fact, that was the reason why. It's just messy, and at this point, I really do not care anymore. I don't even own a Nintendo, whatever. So that's why I don't really care about it that much. But for the most part, I kind of understand where the voice actors are like, sitting with all of these. Because again, for fuck's sake, the franchise you're basically working on is like going to sell millions. It's going to sell millions. And of course, you're not the only one who's gonna get paid, right? Like, they have to pay the distributors, animators, game developers, and all that, etc., etc. But yeah, basically, I just didn't follow through that whole thing. Because I didn't care about it that much. And it doesn't involve me. And I think this is only concerning the English dub, if I remember correctly. Or I don't know. Part of me wants to try this sort of style. I forgot who to trans artistic. Yeah, it's only the English dub. No wonder they didn't care about it that much. Or the creator didn't, it's still kind of, or the way he does it, or the way he approach the whole situation, he just basically doesn't care. Would just rather block anyone dare to go his way. Portions are kind of fucked right now. Was you with Sombra's haircut? I don't know. I just I just draw. I just draw here. I want to overload myself with too much information. Oh yeah, I don't think I'll be able to stream tomorrow. That's so fucking annoying. I guess I'll try to stream more longer today. Because I think there's gonna be a power outage tomorrow for the whole fucking day. It's so annoying. And I guess there's still some places need some repair. Maybe that's why. It's so annoying at the same time though. Guess we'll go in for a really long ass stream. Maybe I'll try to color something today. Or maybe just chat for a long ass while. Or sketch some things. Sketch a lot of things. Yeah, you shouldn't overload yourself with my info. My head has too, and I can't focus. Yeah, that's true. That's why I don't consume that much anymore. A lot these days. Or maybe the weather is getting into me. The blackout doesn't wait. Yeah, I think it starts. Blackout starts on like around 8 a.m. or 7 a.m. until 6 p.m. So basically the whole fucking day. I won't be able to do anything that day. We'll probably just go to a city instead. So we can escape the heat. It's kind of strange. It's already October, but it's still kind of hot for some reason. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised. It's global warming. Climate is not the fucking same. We're basically unstable. And do you think you have the time to watch the rest of my trainers after the blackout? Not sure. Cause actually, yeah, I don't know. I don't have a clear schedule yet, as of now. Same here, it's still too warm. Yeah, it's so fucking strange. Cause it's usually is somewhat rainy, even though if it's rainy, or at least slightly cloudy. It's supposed to be cold now. So it's strangely warm. Like it still feels like it's somewhere around August. It's that type of temperature. which is very strange. At the same time, I'm be really surprised now, you know. Part of me is hating this pen again. This is why I cannot stick to one style or one art style. Because after a while, I just fucking straight up hating everything for some reason. A part of me is fine with it because I continue to change and try things out. But a part of me is just, dear lord, just stick to one thing already. And that's it. That's pretty much, I guess, probably goes the same to everyone. It's still kind of virtually impossible or somewhat impossible to just stick to one thing for like for forever. It's just not possible. But at the same time, I just wish it doesn't change way too fucking frequently. Because holy crap. But at the same time, when I try to change something, I also hate it. Or if I change something, it's probably not that big of a difference either. It's so minuscule. The difference is so fucking, it's barely noticeable. And most of the emotions that invested are virtually nothing, all for nothing. Changing this somewhere like this, or Yeah, you guys might hear some banging. I've gone through like 5 brushes this week trying to figure out which one I like the most. Oh yeah, I also am that type of person to only just use one brush for mostly everything. Other artists would probably use different kinds of brushes for, you know, different kinds of purposes. But nah, I'm the type that's like only one brush for fucking everything. I tend to try to limit stuff, I guess. Limit my tools. Oh shit. Paste. Of all the fingers, which one do you find annoying? Oh, I can't seem to draw the damn thumb. All of them are annoying. What do you mean? What do you mean? Not exactly fingers, but I guess knuckles are the ones that I always tend to have trouble with. It's not a it's more like I'm annoyed that they don't look right for me for some reason. It probably looks fine in your eyes, but to me, it still needs some tweaking. I don't know how. And for example, this one. The thumb is actually what I enjoy the most. I think that's all of it. I feel like I'm missing. Oh yeah, I'm missing. Yep. Evident was. Yeah, my mom had made kimchi. Hopefully, I can finally have the appetite to eat rice. Nice. Fucking. God damn it. The wrong fucking angle. At the same time, it looks fine for some reason. How do you draw the thumb? The thumb is just basically a part of it is in the palm area compared to like your fingers where you know they have their separate thing. They do still have a part on like the palm, but they don't really they can't really move it that much. Or can only move it like this and like this. Actually not by a lot. But it can bend somewhere like this. But the thumb basically has a part here, which can be moved. And then just an extra joint. That's basically it. It just took a lot of gestures. It's just that. It's basically one or two cylinders because the third one is around the palm area, so 1, 2, 3, and then you stop here and go there. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That's it. Is it moving? I can't fucking tell. There we go. Okay, this might hurt for a while, for a bit. That's almost finished with this one. I don't think I can add here. save this. But don't lose progress. Oh, it's been an hour. I guess I'll be going for Goblin Slayer next. I should find some references for it. Oh my god. Would you apply the changes? Do that. Let's go for this. I'm gonna take a bathroom break for a bit. BRB. Hello, I'm back. Which? Go with it. part of me understands how the armor looks or works. But once I'm drawing it, I don't fucking get it, man. And well, probably the reason why this is gonna take forever. Hi, Nagsar. Thank you. Apparently, this is supposed to be horns. This part. Your sketches look great. Do you make a new layer for inking, or do you refine the sketch you currently have to be the ink? If it's personal works, I don't separate the line art and the sketch. But if it's a commission work like this one, I'll be separating the sketch and the line art. If it's personal, it's just a pseudo cleanup, kind of like just erasing the dust here and there, something like that. Don't do line art for my personal artworks. I don't do that shit. And sometimes, I just went, for example, if I don't want to do line art, I can try my best to like do line art at the first hand without doing any sort of sketches. I still consider it as a sketch. It just happens to be much more cleaner. That's why you can get a sort of a pass for like looking like a line art. But I don't do that all the time. Feels like it much energy for me. Or basically just depends on my mood. Depends on my mood. Very amazing. Wish I can also jump straight to it. It just takes practice. And I guess that's a thing. Or that's the result of me sketching with like straight ahead with pen, because I used to do that traditionally. I don't do that all the time though. Still really unfortunate. Find a different silver. Oh. Really? Ew. Let me collection. Yes, for any tips on how you get that skill? Just draw straight ahead with pen. I don't use pencil back then, nor eraser. Maybe that's why I was able to garner that skill. Also, I only do that technique when I'm drawing a pose for a character that is basically simple, or a character that I'm very much used to drawing all the time. Like, I have no problem or character designs that I don't struggle with, basically. For example, this one is where I would probably not use that sort of method. The armor is too complicated. There's no point to me to do that method also. So I would much rather sketch it out and then try to pseudo clean up. The visor for me always gets me from stopping drawing out Elvis' helmet. I don't know why. I don't blame you, bro. It's so fucking difficult to understand. Especially if you don't have like a reference for different angles, you're gonna struggle. Even I need to like find some multiple. Oh, references for it. Oh yeah, I think about uh drawing without guidelines and shit. You also need to memorize the parts already or whatever you're about to draw. You should be able to draw it comfortably and basically memorize it. Don't need references for it because you always draw it all the time. You're so used to drawing it all the time. You only need to rely on muscle memory basically. Takes a lot of practice now. Or it takes a while to get used to. Especially if you're the type of person that sketches way too roughly. Drawing straight ahead with pen kinda needs you to be more... you to pay more attention. And once the line is there, the line is fucking there. You can't change anything to it. And take it a tad bit slower. Because if you're drawing roughly, you're drawing fast. Like you're just putting lines there. But if you want to like have much more cleaner looking lines, you're gonna take a bit more careful. So therefore, you're gonna take much more slower. But that's the thing about drawing straight ahead with pen. Actually, really enjoy drawing on. I just never do it because I prefer more modern slash futurist. I actually like both. I don't mind both actually, because both of them looks cool. I definitely do lack on the futuristic department, but when it comes to more fantasy-based, ancient or medieval-like aesthetics, it's the style that I live for. But yeah, drawing armor is a tad bit complicated, especially if you're drawing really complicated patterns or structures. If you're weak at that department, you're probably gonna struggle a lot. Armor do be hard. Looking at all my peers do juicy very well. Right? It do be like that. Fuck, it's all separate layers. So annoying. But then again, it's probably because you're gonna struggle if you don't do it that often. If you draw armors more often, then it gets easier basically. It gets easier and easier. But if you're not doing or you're only doing it super rarely, yeah. Not gonna get used to it if you're only doing it rarely. That's why I gotta need some references. If I draw this armor 100 more times, I'll probably be able to memorize it. Then I'll be able to like draw comfortably without references. But I'm not gonna do that. Because I don't even watch I don't even follow the Goblin Slayer franchise anymore. I have zero ideas what happened. Or what is going on to the latest chapters. I haven't followed it in years. New background music? Nah, it's just should download more though. How long did it take you to get comfortable with drawing straight ahead? Not sure. Maybe a few months. Also, it was me having a Kim Jong-gi face back then. That's why I was like super into drawing straight ahead with pen. It didn't took me a while because I was pretty much used to it. Or when I was drawing with pencil, I was already pretty much somewhat clean on drawing. Like, if there's a line, like this is how I do my line work. If it's in pencil back then, traditionally. Like, you know, not doing unnecessary lines and just drawing straight ahead. That's it. So it didn't took me a while to adjust. I'm more bothered by finding the right pen instead of drawing with pen. I'm more bothered with the supplies. Oh, I'm drawing this wrong. Also, it probably might take a while to other people. But that's just a thing. Very much natural. People improve in different ways, and that's just how it goes. What works for me might not work for you. I haven't caught up with Goblin Slayer. Last I remember was Goblin Slayer was in the Snow Mountain or something. Yeah, I couldn't remember shit anymore. This is basically anime from the past. But I still like the design though. And dude is basically he's kinda like Doom. That Doom guy. But with goblins instead of demons. Did save this for me. R.I.P. Legend. Alright. Oh yeah. Funeral is already for him. Let me slow down for a bit. Let me take a short break, I guess. Let me just stare into the abyss. I should stop using my mouse, by the way. Like, for some reason, when I use my pen with my hands, I don't experience any sort of cramps or stiffness going on with my hands. But by the time I use my trackpad or my mouse, my hands are suddenly hurting, and apparently my hand is much prone to getting hurt when using the mouse instead of my pen. So annoying. How the fuck do I scroll down to the abyss? And so hopefully my fan is loud. Anyways, let me just find more references because I'm slowly understanding his helmet. Slowly. That's enough. Recently upgraded to a vertical mouse plus padding in the wrist area. Kinda helped me with hand pain. Oh yeah. Here's the thing. I barely have any space for my mouse. Fuck me. No wonder I suck at FPS gaming. I barely have any space for my mouse. Like, deadass, the space that I have for my mouse is like the same size of the mouse. Like, for example, here's my mouse. And here's the space that I have within. I think I have my pen stand over here. And that's basically what's left on my desk. My drawing tablet is around this part. I should really buy a bigger desk, but for fuck's sake. I literally have zero space for my mouse. But yeah, this vertical mouse also looks really cool though. But I think the only one that I saw that is selling those kinds of mouse, it's kind of like a weird looking mouse basically. Or you know, it's faced vertically basically. I think the only ones that I know are Logitech and oh, apparently Anchor has one too. But both of those brands are fucking expensive here. Hopefully I'm in the right layer. Because I tend to stake. Oh yeah, I also tend to limit my number of layers when I'm in the sketch stage or in the line art stage. I'll probably separate the layers, for example, like a full body shot apart from, you know, every other shot. But at the same time, that number of layers is limited because I'll merge them all together once I'm done. The only time I get crazy with the number of layers is around the rendering stage. That's where it gets crazy. Same, except I turn up the sensitivity so I can move very little but cover a lot of screen space. I should do that because I think my sensitivity is so fucking low, or basically average, and I need a fuck ton more space. And probably the reason why I couldn't buy, or I couldn't get myself to buy a PC or something. It takes up way too much space. Am I in the wrong layer? I am. God damn it. Oh. Pretty minor. Is it the same 10-year-old mouse that double clicks? Yeah. I just cannot imagine buying something so expensive just for a mouse. I can understand keyboards, like keyboards can go crazy. Especially mechanical keyboards can go crazy with their prices. I can understand keyboards, but not mouse. Not the mouse. At this point, once I get my controller, I'll just go to the dark side and just use controllers instead for playing games. And be a controller player instead. It's not double clicking anymore. This is the thing. It doesn't double click all the time. So I couldn't fucking tell if it's broken or not. I still think they're not down. They're not done downstairs yet. I couldn't get to my room yesterday. I can only get to my room around nighttime or late afternoon. Yesterday, I guess I couldn't use the stairs. I mean, honestly, the tiles aren't gonna be affected by me anyways. I'm way too lightweight. But that's the reason why I couldn't stream yesterday. I was planning to, but I couldn't. I wasn't able to draw that much, which sucks. I mean, I don't like drawing all the time. But I just want to get some shit done, if that makes sense. Cause I got way too many sketches. Got way too many whips. Got way too many work in progress sort of sketches, but never finished. And it's bothering me a lot. Should I? Oh, what the hell am I? The rest are clothing foam. Not a lot. Oh, I think there's a parade going. Yeah, it's gonna be loud for like... Gonna be loud for the following few weeks. Yeah. Because there's basically, our hometown is gonna have a fiesta. Fiesta day soon, so... But we typically celebrate. Or, I guess a town does parades and all that stuff much sooner. Kind of like a reminder to like, hey, almost that time. That time of the year. I don't hear anything. Do you get a sound suppressor? Nah, it's just OBS. OBS has this function that basically filters out background noise, I guess. But I don't think I don't think it's very good because there are times I sound or audio quality kind of sounds shit or too robotic, basically. I'm still using my old ass, not really old. I just bought this. Still using the Razer Mini. Razer Mini mic. But if I'm using a different software to like stream in, it's gonna sound so terrible. Because I'm literally right beside my fan, and this shit is loud. But what sucks about using OBS is that you can't see chat. I mean, I can see it. I can see it. But you guys don't. Unless you're on Twitch. Like, you can see the chat on the video. If that makes sense. I have to switch tabs in order to see chat. I still couldn't figure it out on how you how I can put chat on like on the video itself. I couldn't figure it out. But everyone is using Streamlabs, but for some reason Streamlabs is just way too laggy for me. But that's probably on my laptop. The blame is on my laptop for that one. And at this point, I low-key regret not buying a much more higher spec'd out laptop. I guess I couldn't stream in a much more higher quality, I guess. Because of it. The gaming laptops are just way too... It runs up way too hot. And way too expensive. Oh yeah, and I also hate the design of gaming laptops. For fuck's sake. Can I have a normal looking laptop, please? I don't mind the RGB, but Jesus fucking Christ. Tone it down. For a bit. People would probably just say, just fucking buy a PC or whatever. Because it's much more better. But the thing is, I am lazy as fuck. And managing a PC is not it for me. And we do own a PC, but that shit is like really old. And it can only run Dota for some reason. I think the power supply is also kind of cooked. Gotta get them good GPU. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the GPU is getting fucking bigger and bigger. Holy shit. It's absolutely ridiculous on how it looks. I'm like, Jesus Christ. How the fuck they... How is the motherboard surviving? I think it takes up literally 20% of your PC case space. But that's probably the new ones from Nvidia. Just eats up the space, bro. I was setting up my Twitch for OBS. You have to use an extension, Streamlabs or Stream Elements, and then copy a link from there into OBS website source capture. Oh, gotcha. Let me note. Let me screenshot. But yeah, it's because of the extra steps. That's why I couldn't add chat. I do have another streaming software or application, which is basically Twitch from Twitch itself. But my god, it runs so slow. It really eats up everything on my laptop. I mean, when my laptop is charging, it's fine. It's running fine. But the microphone is gonna probably sound like shit. Because it doesn't have like a filter like what I have here on OBS. You mean the futurist Tron lines on laptops? It's usually I think it's from Acer. I find the most ridiculous designs. I don't think it's Alienware anymore because the new Alienware laptops looks fine. It actually looks slick. But the stuff from Acer looks much more worse to me. Also in the link in Discord where it explain. Thanks, bro. I'll try that on the next stream so we can all finally see chat. This is where I get to be like, I feel like a boomer. I don't know anything about Twitch culture. I don't even fucking understand Discord. It's the boomerism kicking in. But I'm like only in my 20s. Thinking if I should do these arms first or... Oh yeah, and this is probably why I don't draw characters in armor that much. I just like my characters mostly naked. Or barely naked. They only have like a few clothing covered. Like maybe a bra or some shorts only. Basically pseudo naked. Because I just like drawing muscles. For the most part. And I don't get to draw that much other stuff. Like mechas and all that. Mechs, armors, some various clothing or fashion like clothing. Or aesthetically to look at clothing. I'm a damn boomer with Twitch. Oh my god, same. still have not set up pages/layers for my streams, and now just discovered how to add background music. What about tight skin jumpsuits? I like coloring skin tones though. So maybe that's why I don't always draw skin tight. Because even if I draw skin tight clothing, I'll add wrinkles or folds to it. Like a madman. Despite it's supposed to be skin tight. The more tighter the clothing are, the less clothing folds it has. But I'm just so obsessed on like adding details, it becomes like an impulsive habit for me. That's why I still much prefer like drawing pseudo naked bodies. And it's mainly because I just got so used to it. That's the only thing that I draw all the time back then. I probably draw some like other stuff at the side. But if I have to determine which or what I draw the most, it's probably naked ass bodies. And mainly because it's just improving my anatomy skills as well, or keeps my anatomy in check. That's why I always draw those types of things much more often compared to other stuff. And also the stuff that I draw in my sketchbook is something you wouldn't probably see me posting. Or it's way different from what I'm posting. My stuff back then was so fucking different. And I just draw whatever the fuck I want on my sketchbook. It isn't even supposed to be an illustration for the most part. It's just a bunch of sketches. Bruh, just stretch my hand out. Kind of cramping. Obligatory short break. My thumb for some kind of like aching up or acting up. But that's fine. We're about to take it slowly today anyways, so no point to us to rush. I might stream for 5 hours if that's possible. How many hours has it been? 2 hours. I also started the stream quite late, so it's chill time for a bit. My hand is acting. Give me like 5 minutes, I guess. I don't really time that, but somewhere roughly around those along those lines. And hold up my chin. Turns our chin for a bit. Oh yeah, I've been also thinking of I should really practice my rendering on skin. Because here's the thing. Uh the skin has a variety of colors for some reason. Like you would discover blue is being used and green is also being used somewhere around rendering stage for the skin. And I was thinking of trying that out. Or basically just rendering as a whole. So in that way my style could uh can look kind of painted but it isn't painted, if that makes sense. Cuz I still think the process of painting is like way too fucking insane for me. Because the process of painting, for some reason, is so uncomfortable for me. Because I deadass do not understand where it is heading towards. Like if I watch an artist painting, like for example, their painting process, I'm like, how do you go from A to B? Like, it just feels miserable. Because once I am midway of painting, I'm just like, where the fuck do I go? Where else do I go? And everything doesn't look right. And you basically don't know what direction you need to go to. And you just end up getting lost. Kind of fun to paint. That's true. If you're just doing it for fun, then yeah, it's gonna be fun. But if you're doing it to study, then that's where the fun is basically obliterated. Okay, it's kind of getting hot now. I cannot bear with the. Let me do this for. Honestly, I could just copy paste this, but a part of me just doesn't want it for some reason. It just looks sweet. Like seeing something this for some reason doesn't look. But in all honesty, they just. There's only one painting style I can do, and I don't like how it looks. Yeah, I do be like that. Actually, same. I think uh the way I can describe that method that I love is kind of like using charcoal, if that makes. You're painting, but it kind of feels like uh the way you do it kind of seems like you're doing it with charcoal, if that makes sense. And it's basically drawing darker parts, I guess. And it's probably because of me using watercolors back then. I didn't use watercolors all that much because I find it annoying or inconvenient to use. Waiting for waiting for it to dry was a pain in the ass, so I just stopped painting as a whole anyways. Because that's also a thing. But that's mostly like uh a traditional art problems. If I have a hair dryer, it would probably much more easier, but I am banned for some reason to use our hair dryer, especially for those type of activities. And it's and probably the reason why I enjoy digital art much more because it's so convenient. I'm studying painting because I can just do it in all in one layer. I mean, traditionally, that's pretty much the basics, and that's the only way that you can do it. Also, oh yeah, I also tried gouache back then, but for some reason, it's almost the same experience doing using watercolor. The only difference is that I guess it's gouache. The colors will be slightly off and all that. Oh, and yeah, beginner grade art materials. I hate them so much. I mean, it's fine if you're just a beginner, but a part of me is just hates it so much because the difference between student or beginner grade materials, art supplies and all that, I feel like the difference is way too huge for me, especially in terms of colors. My left hand is going numb, and for some reason it's my left hand. Why is it my left hand though? Not even using it that much. Oof, my shit is lagging. the rest here is, if I remember correctly. And I used to follow this franchise back then religiously, somewhat religiously, because I also liked the manga art. I think it was originally a novel, I think, but as a person who doesn't enjoy reading, I read the manga instead. But for some reason, I just cannot enjoy reading. Like, if it has 0 pictures, I am not reading that shit. The Fate series? Oh yeah, wasn't that also originally I don't think it's a novel. I think it was a light novel or a game. And at that point, I just do not understand the franchise from part. I don't even follow them. Even follow that franchise. I did watch one anime of it. And I think I only watched like scenes where, you know, where the budget hits. Because, you know, I have to study animation. Feel my get myself some stock knowledge and reference. And that's basically it. That's all I know know about the series. And that one meme. But I have 0 ideas about the games. It is chainmail. It's so subtle, but I can see it. Yeah, it was a H game. I mean, that's pretty much why light novels exist for the most part. I hate this torso now. Hold up. See how it looks. unlimited budget works. Only the action scenes. I don't delve deep to the plot and all that. I hate that knife. Basically screwing up how the torso looks. Maybe that's just me. I remember Goblin Slayer spent like a minute speaking the importance of chain armor. I also remember that. And at this point, I'm just like, oh, now I know something. And I guess I was so refreshed to see, oh wow, an anime that actually uses practical armor. Holy fuck. Actually uses practical swords. Oh my god. And I did not expect myself to enjoy that anime. Or at least like the anime. Because I typically do not enjoy animes that has like mid-tier productions. That sounds so fucking pretentious and shit. But I just hate how cheap looking animes, like you can tell that they are not spending or barely spending a dime on the animation department. so so the only action you see is them flapping their lips. And yet I enjoyed it because it actually somewhat well written. I wouldn't say it's great, perfect, and all that stuff. Very much fine and enjoyable. Not for everyone, though. That's for sure. That was. Oh, oh, never mind. It's dead as this. looks less sharp. Oh, let me save that. 2 more, oh god. More shots to go. I guess disclaimer to those who has trypophobia, I guess. Here's the thing. I'm not scared, you know, looking at so many fucking holes. But I do find them gross. Like, gross looking. Or at least displeasing to look at. And there's this weird sort of reaction for me, I guess, where I'm just like some sort of impulsive reaction, kind of like curious, and want to poke inside of it, if that makes sense. It's so weird, but it's not like an impulsive reaction for me. Do I do it? Definitely not. It's just a bunch of pictures, so I don't know how to fucking put anything. But I still find them gross looking. Holy crap, there is fire in the street beer. What is happening, bro? I mean, you did say one time that your place is kind of like fire is kind of common. But Jesus. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised because our town is like much more crazier. But Jesus. Okay, I should stop with this. But I cannot play more. I am definitely not gonna do line art to this one. Does it look rough? Yes. Pretty much, yes. Will I clean it up? Definitely not. I'm just gonna move on. And proceed to the next shot. I'm sorry, 4 o'clock. I don't think I'll be able to stream for 5 hours. Because once 5 o'clock, somewhere around that time, 5 p.m. hits, I'm just not in the mood to draw anything automatically. It's an automatic shutdown. And it's probably the reason why I tend to draw much more early around morning. So I don't wake up early anymore. So I couldn't draw. Oh yeah, yesterday our neighbor is like playing karaoke. And I have never been more annoyed in my life. They were playing karaoke early in the morning. And I woke up in the most annoyed mood ever. And everything is so fucking construction too. My brother and I got the fire extinguisher put out. Neighbor's trash bin caught on fire. Why is it, bro? I swear to God, it's always the neighbors. I was just complaining about my neighbors also. Actually, I'm quite surprised that fire, anything that involves fire, isn't as common here, or doesn't happen way too often. Because we're much more prone to it. Like literally, a lot more people here smokes a lot, and they just throw their buds anywhere. And they typically throw it out to the most flammable shit pile more often too. And I'm surprised it doesn't caught fire just then. And a lot of people are burning their trash here still. Oh, don't. Let me see if I can salvage this or whatever. And right in the find. And my references are so disorganized. It's too Oh. The fire came from a sick. Those neighbors aren't those frat boys. Those terrible. Fire really hates us. Yeah, it's always you guys. Sucks. But yeah, I'm surprised nothing caught on fire here. For the most part, most fires that occurs here are 100% intentional. It's for burning crashes and shit. And a lot of people here smokes a lot. Especially my uncle. Or uncles. I think two of them smoke. And a lot of people that hangs out here, there's a term for those people, but I don't remember the English one. Neats, I guess, but except that they're always outside. The angle is so crooked here. Very crooked on this one. Let me just play around for a bit. Check if it would work or not. I thought you would have a lot of fire damages from the neighbors and their trash burning. I thought so too. Because it's not only our neighbor, it's like the whole fucking neighborhood. Or most people here in a fucking neighborhood loves to burn trashes. But for the most part, people here burns the that do burn their trashes. They usually burn it around the river. Road is here, and down here is like a slope. Some trees and bushes and weeds. And some people... It used to be a dump site back then. It's not an official dump site, but you know, collecting trash wasn't a thing back then. So people just typically throw their trash on the river. But recently, people are... there's actually a garbage truck that finally collects trashes. But some people still throws their shit there and burns it. I'm not sure if it's illegal. It's probably not, but people here don't really fucking care about it that much. We're not really known for the town that follows the rules, mostly. But yeah, when the super typhoon came up, like it did a lot of fucking damage to roofs and shit. Yeah, people were burning a lot of leaves and debris. Mostly leaves, because a lot of trees got really cooked at that time. Which I find annoying. That's why every morning at around those time, you have a literal smog. It's not fog, but it is fucking smoke everywhere. I mean, now it's kind of illegal to, like, you know, throw trash in front of the river, but people still do it anyways. But it's not as bad anymore. Hey, the Armor Enjoyer again. Welcome to stream. How are you? I'm slightly sleepy, but that's on me for not drinking coffee this morning. I'll probably drink a soda to get myself caffeinated, I guess, at least. But at the same time, that's way too much fucking sugar. I feel like there's way too much. I've been consuming way too much sugar lately. And that's not very good. And at this point, I'm surprised I do not have cavities. Never experienced having cavities, actually. But I do have braces, which is, I guess, much more worse. Which is worse? Having cavities or having braces? Because I don't think anyone in my family experienced cavities, actually. People in your area have more experience with fire than city folks. They know how to control fire. But at the same time, it wouldn't be surprising if anyone or any houses here caught on fire. I also want to emphasize some areas here commonly has squatter areas. You know those tight spaces where houses are like literally attached, and most of it is made out of wood. Some of them are concrete, but most of them are made of wood. So it's much more prone for fire and shit. But so far, zero occurrence of fire. And the fire department here sucks. I don't think they. I don't think. I don't even think there's anyone in the fire department. Why am I in a separate layer? Oh yeah, fire occurs more at cities, I think. Yeah, it occurs more on cities for some reason. I think there was an incident back then. It was basically a shop. It's a mall. It's a small one though. And it caught on fire for some reason. I couldn't remember the reason why. But I think someone set it on fire from what I'm remembering. And it only happened to the city. I don't think it's much less common on residential areas, I guess. Not that we're immune, but it still happens. Oh yeah, did you read the part in Chainsaw Man where they talk about the theme of the City Mouse and Country Mouse? Oh yeah, I think I remember that, but I've kind of forgotten the meaning of it. As the city people are more reckless and less experienced with fire, so it gets out of control. It's a skill issue, apparently. Skill gap. Control your fire. That's it, bro. It's a skill issue. Well, hopefully it doesn't, hopefully there's less and less fire incidents. Because holy fuck, we're so tired of it. I do love how this armor is rendered though. Really love the texture. But this is a nightmare to animate, by the way. I think, if I remember correctly, they just use CGI for some scenes of Goblin Slayer because this armor is a nightmare to animate. And probably the reason why we don't see any any decent Berserk animes right now. People are people are fucking afraid of drawing armor or animators. But I don't blame them. It's such a nightmare to draw. Drawing them once, that's fine. Drawing multiple layers, multiple frames of it is a nightmare. Basically, live comfortable life with okay results, the country mouse, rather than living the risky hard life to get much more better rewards. Cinema. Reminds me of Ratatouille, but in a much more literal sense. I think that I kind of went too far with the fur. Oh, hold up, someone's calling me. Oh, I'm back. I just took my burger downstairs. I guess I'll probably take a break now. A much more longer break. Also for my hand to recover for a bit. I gotta feel bad for the people that attempted to animate Guts Berserker armor in a few times it was animated in 2D. Yeah, it's just the labor that it went that I need. Intense, bro. It's fine if you're just drawing it once or if it's an illustration. But animating it, especially within like Japan standards, because the way they animate is slightly different compared to like other or Western animation. Let me just eat a burger. Dinner time or Jollibees? Just Jollibee burger. I have no idea why my mom is ordering Jollibees much more often today or recently. Bro, this is like the smallest burger I have ever had. It's literally half. I have to cut up the buns, excess buns. Smallest beef burger ever. Which one would you rather be? The country mouse or the city mouse? Probably country mouse. But do I like living at the countryside? Definitely not. Here's the thing. If you're living in the countryside is gonna be comfortable if you're upper middle class. Because if you're not, poverty is like rampant around like the countryside. So basically, I'm a country mouse. I like to play it safe. But I probably would much rather live in the city. But at the same time, I don't know. Because there are times I'm like way, way, way impulsive. And would just, you know, if I think of something, just go for it. Basically, that. But for the most part, I try to play it safe. But despite all that, I think I'm more of a city mouse. But despite that, I kind of want to be a country mouse. I want to play it safe, but my choices does not equal safe. Because I don't think dropping out of college is a safe choice to begin with. Okay, hold up. Let me just throw this away and get myself a Coke. BRB. I'm back. I have me a Coke. I'm so happy. Yeah. That's hot. Oh yeah. I just I just recently get to know something, and it's pilk. It's milk but with a P. And apparently it's Pepsi with milk or something, or with basically any sort of dairy, I guess. Cream or whatever. And apparently it's the equivalent of a Coke float. And if you guys aren't familiar with like Coke float, it's basically Coca-Cola with like with some ice cream mixed with it. It's not even a fancy ice cream, it's just, ice cream. it doesn't have any flavor. Or basically any sort of cream. I actually like that shit, but I don't like the ice cream part. The only thing that I like about it is the chocolate that comes with it. So I don't even like the Coke float. I just like the Coke with some fucking chocolate syrup on it. Which is like, I think that's like sugar ramped up to the fucking extreme. But I'm more surprised that people use Pepsi instead of Coke. And apparently a lot of people doesn't like it, which I am very much surprised. And just realizing that it's like dairy and carbonated drink stuff. It only dawned on me. Your bloodstream is filled with Coke by now. Yeah, that's true. I'm basically addicted at this point. I burp much more. Yeah, I'm addicted. I basically drink it every day. Please do not try this at home. And I wouldn't be surprised if I have kidney problems. I'm addicted to Sprite instead of Coke. I think Sprite changed its flavor. Because the last time I drank that shit, for some reason, it's not the same. And I think that, I don't know if they changed the formula or whatever. But all I know is that it doesn't taste the same anymore. And I ended up not liking it a lot. I still find it's fine, it's whatever. But for some reason, it's not the same anymore for me. It kind of ruined it. And overall, just disappointed. Actually, I was thinking of buying Coke Zero instead. In fact, I insisted to my mom to like just buy me Coke Zero instead. But they keep telling me that it doesn't have the same taste, basically. But I don't care. I want Coke Zero at least. I mean, of course, it's not gonna do anything to my health. Like, it's not gonna make me healthier. That's it. That's that's kind of foolish to think about. Water is still S tier. But since I'm addicted to caffeine now, I didn't even. Here's the thing, I'm addicted to caffeine, but I don't even like coffee. It's so fucking weird. But I can stop at any time. Yeah, I might be bummed out and sad and probably more irritated if I stop drinking it. And would probably have some few migraines here and there because relapse and all that shit. But for the most part, I can stop in it. It's just convenience basically. We have a lot of Coke in our fridge, so might as well drink them. Bro, that's the same for me. Coffee haters unite. I don't like every coffee basically, or almost every coffee there is. I I've liked this one specific coffee. It's just a 3-in-1 coffee. But they changed the formula. They made it much more creamier. And for some reason it tasted terrible for me. And here's the thing, I'm the type of person who like, if I like something, I stick to it for a lifetime until I eat myself sick. And if anything happens to it, for example, changing it, or even the slightest changed for it, I immediately hate it because it's not the same anymore. I definitely do not like the bitter, really bitter tasting coffee. Really strong. I mean, it smells nice, but that's about it. It just smells nice. I don't like the taste. I tend to like the ones that are much more sweeter. And my friends uh think that it's quite blasphemous to even enjoy that thing. Because they much prefer uh a stronger kind of coffee. Basically not the sweet one, which I like. But I'm too reliant on it now currently. I can stop drinking Coke anytime. But it's the coffee where I get problem. If I completely stop drinking coffee, I suddenly get migraines out of fucking nowhere. So I concluded it must be the coffee. Because I've been drinking coffee regularly. And now I'm basically addicted. I'm forced to fucking drink a coffee that I don't even like anymore. They changed the formula. I hate it. Okay, last one. Last fucking shot. God, I don't even know where to start. I'm definitely gonna start with the head first, but my god. Just and just take a break again. I'll probably draw another Goblin Slayer fan art in a much more action-like pose. Because this armor is just way too good. This design is just way too good, bro. But let me chill for a moment and let me drink my Coke before I start with the full body because oh my god. It's just a lot for me. The helmet, The body armor, sword. This section is actually fine. The upper leg is fine, but the lower, actually, yeah, upper body is just where it takes up a lot of work. It takes up a lot of work. So once I'm down to like the lower body parts, legs for the most part, I just have zero energy anymore. And I just fuck around at that time. Goblin Slayer is looking amazing. Thank you. But hey, as long as you are able to draw Goblin Slayer, it automatically looks cool. You just can't go wrong with it. I'll probably draw him next time in a much more rugged looking way. You know, in a much more action way. Because this is a character sheet, so I can't really do that much with the poses. The only reason, or most of the shots are like for showing off. Fine. I didn't even get his helmet right. Like for example, this part. This part. This part. Basically that section. And probably this and this. As long as that it looks somewhat the same, that's all I need. That's good enough. Oh god, my tablet's... I've never seen this anime. When I drew something and something... I mean, most knight armor looks like this. Unless you're really... Or there are other knight looking armor. Actually, Goblin Slayer, I think a lot of people are saying it's kind of like D&D and shit. I have zero clue about D&D though. I'm still a pleb when it comes to those stuff. Draw weird shit. I'm a monster artist. Oh, that basically sums it up. Okay, I might burp much more often right now. No one as good as you though. Can you drop your ad now? Drop your ads. You're put yourselves out there. I still have never played or understand D&D. I mean, I'm basically the same. Most RPG manga is based on D&D. Probably a lot of isekais too. Yeah, basically almost most isekai anime. Basically fucking half of it. Was going to read you, but really small artist. Figured you didn't need the views. Yeah, it's cool. Also, we're just chilling, so. Because tomorrow there's gonna be some power outage, so I won't be able to stream tomorrow. So I might stream a tad bit longer today. Friends tried to get me to play it, but I dropped out in the character creations and instruction. I think it contains a lot of breathing. That's why I couldn't get into it. Drop my ads. Ads. With a letter T. Goblin Slayer just got some dice rolling elements in some lore similar to D&D. Yeah, that's why a lot of people is like comparing it to it. Honestly, can't blame them though. Goblin Slayer is like probably one of those fantasy animes that I can take it seriously. I can take somewhat seriously. You mean she? I mean, I don't blame. Here's the thing. I don't blame anyone if they mistaken me as like a dude or something. In fact, I really don't care that much about pronouns. If someone uses he on me, I'm just like, haha, that's funny. And then move on. But I do appreciate it. And there are times where my voice just... Maybe when I'm sleepy, I guess, or really, really fucking sleepy and tired. My voice just, really drops way too fucking low. And at that point, I just sound like a prepubescent guy. Going through his puberty. And even in real life, I still get mistaken as a dude. I wonder if told it, if I said this on stream. But basically, I was wearing a skirt, but I was wearing a hoodie. So I'm like this. I look like a fucking sassy baka. Look like a fucking August character. But yeah, my long hair was covered because I was wearing a hoodie. But I am wearing a skirt because I was like on my uniform and shit. I think I was ordering something at KFC, and the guy at the counter mistaken me as a sir. You gotta chill, boys. Yeah, I just sound stoned, drunk, and tired. That's it. I don't think you guys would ever hear me like scream, shout, or whatever, or be much more louder than usual. Also, I cannot do that type of shit. We got paper thin walls, so I can be like heard by my neighbors if I even do that. And I'm just much more reserved when I'm at home. But when I'm with my friends or homies, that's where I get loud, I guess. It was much more worse around 10th grade, I think. Junior high, my last years of junior high. Because I was just so lazy for some reason. I'm just so lazy, and I don't even want to fucking talk. So I sound drunk most of the time. Even my teacher is pointing it out, like, bro, come on. And I think she called me to read the PowerPoint at that time, and she's like, okay, you're not doing this ever again. I'm gonna drop my ad as well. Please, just don't share, any kind of virus links. I beg you. But yeah, drop your own ads. Share them to the world. Got hooked into drawing armor after doing Alphonse. So watching how is she doing? She does Goblin Slayer. Oh yeah, Alphonse armor is so cool. It's very thick though. And I think I remember that time I was like having problems on drawing armor. I work with a very small canvas, okay. And it wasn't a very good pose. I think the number one part that is like difficult, or what is difficult about drawing armor so much, is to stay consistent. Like you gotta make sure the construction of the armor kind of makes sense, or at least makes sense. Or else it's just gonna, the illusion is not gonna work. That happens. And I too find it annoying, but at the same time it's kind of rewarding because the details are so kind of completes it. Kind of completes the look of it. Or makes it actually detailed. And gives this feeling of this struggle was worth it. But that doesn't happen all the time, that's for sure. Oh god, it's a front-facing headshot. Drawing something that is front-facing is something I did not expect on hating so much. I hate it. I have to keep in track to make sure everything is somewhat symmetrical. And I hate it. At this point, I basically draw everything in 3/4. You know, this kind of view, 3/4. And this one and this one. Basically all of this apart from this. I mean, I can try to like ignore the symmetry and shit. But then I flipped it and I'm just like, oh god. And realize how everything is crooked. Front view is the worst angle to draw. I cheat and use symmetry tool. Oh yeah, there is a I think it's a ruler. Basically, it's a tool for you to like draw things symmetrically. But even if I use that tool, I'm just like, why everything looks so unnatural? I'll probably only use that tool if I'm like drawing a commission or something. Or everything has to look proper, basically. And it's like a much more larger file. But for the most part, if I'm just like working something, you know, personal, for example, this one, it's not symmetrical. Like, it somewhat is, but it's not. It's definitely not. And it looks much more, I guess this is much more easier to deal with because it's armor. But if it was a face, I would be drawing it for like a good tournament or 40 or even an hour. Oh yeah, the link is not working. What happened? Oh. There we go. Sheesh. I only do it for the front facing eyes. The rest I don't use. Oh yeah, eyes are like, oh god. It's probably the number one part of the face that makes everything crooked. It's literally the meme. You can draw the one eye, but when it's like doing the other side, you're basically lost. Man, back then when I was like young and I'm like studying how to draw the eyes, you know, I can draw the one eye and finally do the other without struggling. It took so long. I think I remember drawing it like way too many spreads for it. But yeah, those are like the boring parts. The boring parts of learning how to draw. It's literally just a lot of repetition for the most part. I mean, that's probably on me. A part of me is on me because if you're young, it's easy to take information in. It's really easy to take information. But at the same time, you're still young, so your processing knowledge isn't as good as an adult. If that makes sense. Okay, hold on. God? It's supposed to be this. See, I keep forgetting. Hold up, let me just fix this up. I guess some of my traditional, what do you call this, mannerism kind of translated or is also showing on my digital ways. Because this is kind of how I draw traditionally. You know? Do that and then erase. Over and over again. But it's fun. And also a way for me to avoid line art. Where's my Insta if anyone's... Oh, I'm in the wrong tab. Not young anymore. Oof. But nah, I don't think age really matters. The only thing, or the only time that age definitely matters when it comes to art is because of when you're young, you have much more time. Compared to when you're older. And that's basically it. And I mean, there's a lot more factors, let's be honest here, and like what kind of environment you're in, yada yada yada, and all that shebang. But for the most part, this is why I tend to not give a damn about that much about age. Maybe when you see someone younger than you and they're like going somewhere with their artworks, initially you're gonna be like, oh my god, look at this person. Why can't it be that me? Yada yada yada. And I do have the same feeling, but after a while I'm just like gonna go back to, you know, my fucking routine, and that's it. Oh shit, my fucking pimple. I have more time now than I did as a kid. Damn, that's nice. Yeah, that's a thing. People has different environment and different upbringing. But people will still say that it's still much more better if you're much more exposed to it. Oh fuck, hold up. When you're exposed to it much younger. But overall, that's such a minuscule factor at this point. Especially in this day and age. Information is just much more easier to attain now. And probably a lot of people is like is like there's this lifelong debate. There's always this debate about like should you go to art school or not? And a lot of people tend to agree like it's not worth anymore. To me, I think it's still worth. Especially if you don't have like some information and tools, especially tools. But I do understand why people are questioning the worth of it though. It is pretty fucking expensive. But at the same time, it's pretty understandable why people are still would much rather go there. Thing is, as a kid, I lived very far from school and spent half of my day on commute. Now I live 10 minutes from college and skip classes. Oh, that's pretty understandable. But at the same time, I only just draw shit back then, at somewhere around elementary. I just draw even there's a fucking class going on because I didn't pay attention in class and it's fucking elementary school. I just give zero shits about school, oh my god. I find art school kind of useless. Well, for the most part, yeah, it's it kind of is. the only, the only, the only reason why I'll probably only find it useful is, if I want to be disciplined, if that makes sense. Because here's the thing: being self-taught is like being the fucking teacher itself. And if you have zero discipline, like for example, oh, I'll just be doing this tomorrow, I'll just do it tomorrow, it's gonna be an endless fucking loop. And I don't think you'll learn that much. You'll learn something, but it's probably not gonna be a lot. And some schools, man, I still find it stupid. I feel some art schools are kind of stupid, especially the ones that requires you to already be good at something. What was the point? I didn't go to art school. I mean, same. Art schools does not exist here. There's barely any art school here. I think there's one art school, like one dedicated campus or university for art. And it's in the capital city, which is like 3-hour drive or 5 hours if we're including traffic. 5-hour drive from our home. I'm not going. And it's like crazy expensive too. I was a science kid. I only started drawing like a year before graduating high school because I discovered anime. Damn, I was the fucking opposite. As a kid, I was super into drawing and anime and all that. But once high school hits, or as I get older, I got more into science stuff. Or got more into like, you know, academics, focusing more on academics and all that. So it was basically the opposite of me. It's not like I got exposed to like a fuck ton of anime either. It's just like what, Naruto, Dragon Ball, and that's it. I guess Bleach also. Let's count Bleach. You know, the OG animes. You know, the animes that only got shown for kids and shit. I did get more into it around my teens or early teenage years. But once senior high school, or like, I guess 9th grade or 10th grade, I sweated more when it comes to academics instead of art. It was the phase of me where I'm like, did not give a shit about art. I still draw, but it wasn't as serious anymore. But it was never really serious. It's like I draw, but I'm not learning new stuff anymore as I used to. I'm not completely obsessed and all that stuff. Oh god, my shit is lagging. Hold up. Damn, Kim, I fucks with your line. I keep. Man, here's the thing. I am always in the line art dilemma. It's either I go super clean. I still do love super clean line work, but a part of me just like, but I just want it to be like more sketchy and scratchy looking. I like that better. But yeah, it's always that duality. I just cannot decide to one. I mean, I'm probably leaning more into like the sketchy aesthetic, but I like both. But at the same time, I'm so fucking lazy. As a kid, I thought all art is the classical paintings, which didn't and still doesn't interest me. Damn, really? I think classical paintings goes fucking hard, bro. And in fact, it's actually the department where I find or got to look at art much more deeper. I mean, let's be honest. art can be fucking pretentious as shit. But at the same time, I can't help but appreciate it as well. On on being deep and all that stuff. Oh damn, your artworks are real good. Are really good. I'm just checking your guys. I'm just checking your all of your artworks. I just checked it out. God damn. Sheesh. Okay, this painting is actually way too fucking cool. Nice, 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 nice. Oh yeah, backgrounds are probably the only what do you call this? The only type where I get to paint more. I'm not gonna draw it, but instead I'll just paint it because it's much more easier that way. If I'm gonna draw backgrounds, I'll be painting it instead. I'm not gonna line art, I'm not gonna sketch that shit. Hell no. I'm just gonna paint it straight up. Because it's much more easier that way. Oh my god, it's getting dark. Oh, it's actually 5:30. But we're only we're barely 4 hours in. We can still go for it. I like more cartoony stuff. I mean, same. Actually, I like a lot of type of artworks. Hold up, I just turned on the lights. It was getting dark. Or 3D the background. Yeah, that too. You could just use 3D assets. But for the most part, I just painted. But you will not see me do that shit. Because I never do it often. I only do it in rare occasions. It's one of those things where I'm just like, I know how to do it, but I would rather not do it. But yeah. I guess back then, the type of art that I disliked was abstract. Because I cannot understand the hype. And I think other people would say that it is overhyped. And people are like paying ridiculous for abstract art. But as time passes by, I kind of understand it now. I get it now. I'm learning. Cartoony as in anime or just like Gravity Falls style? I mean, if we're going with it's cartoon. Actually, anime is actually considered cartoon. People would say, "Oh, what the fuck? Of course not. Anime is anime." I'm like, bro, it's literally the translation of anime is dead ass. It's just dead ass animation. And I still actually consider it cartoon. Hot take, holy shit. Because it's still exaggerated, especially some anime. Cartoons are just basically caricatures, right? Caricatures of whatever, I guess. Especially human figures or whatever. Anime and I guess old Disney stuff. Oh yeah, you can go. Man, I just hate Disney for not using 2D anymore. But at the same time, their 2D animation film or their recent one didn't do so well, and that was basically the nail in the coffin. And probably their final decision. Since I think it did poorly on the box office, I think they're not gonna be doing 2D animation anymore. And they clearly lack in that department. I think I remember that time. There was this Mary Poppins movie, I think. A new Mary Poppins movie. And there's supposed to... I think there was a scene that contains 2D animation. They have to recruit their old employees, you know, the OG when it comes to 2D animation, because they lack in that department, or they barely have any new recruits for that one. So yeah, it's basically dead. But it's only on Disney though. Other studios are still, you know, it still exists. I guess it's more of a US thing. Because there are other Western countries that is like still fond of the 2D animation. Especially in films. It's literally because of just Disney. Anime has a certain type of style to it. I mean, anime has a fuck ton of different styles. There's literally an anime that looks more like a cartoon than your typical anime, so that's why. And this is why I tend to call it animation instead of, you know, anime or cartoon. I just call it animation or animated show. Abstract is still anime. I mean, I hate the abstract art that is just a bunch of fucking splashes. Like, I hate that thing. But other abstract, you know, actual good-looking abstract art is what I like. In fact, most of my wallpaper are abstract art. Oh yeah. It's sad because Disney pioneered in 2D animation. Yeah. They basically destroyed their fucking roots at this point. Though French animation seems to be good nowadays. Oh yeah, they're popping out. They're popping. So yeah, I guess it's only an American thing, you know, where Disney is at. Because in other Western countries, 2D is still pretty much alive. Princess and the Frog being in the box office would kill 2D. Wasn't a success or a plum to Disney, but they wanted big bucks. Yeah, that's the thing. They wanted to sell like fucking hot fire, but since they are seeing more money when it comes to 3D animation, they're seeing much more success there. It's pretty much the reason why they killed their 2D department. Princess and the Frog flopped because of the story, but of course they'll punish the artists, not the writers. Really? It was fine for me. But yeah, definitely it's not super great. You know, it's not life-changing and all that, or as influential as other Disney movies. But at the same time, it's not that bad. It's pretty much fine. And the fact that it's so fine, it's so okay, is probably the reason why it only performed also as, you know, just okay. A lot of the old Disney 2D animators went on to make the studio that made Klaus. Really? I mean, I can tell. I guess. I can see the influence, basically. Um, I guess that explains why. I still don't understand the shading technique in Claws that made it look like 3D animation. Actually, it's pretty much soft gradients, because typically what we see on like 2D animation is cell shading, but in Claws it's much more gradient like, so it's much more softer, so it kind of gives that 3D illusion. That's why it's so effective and impressive. But come on, it's a fucking Christmas. It's a Santa Claus movie. But I guess you can't go wrong with it. It's not bad, it's just mid. I've seen it as a kid but don't remember anything, while some other stuff I haven't seen for a long time I remember entirely. Yeah, it's just mid. It's not bad, it's not great. It just is. It played safe, basically. The studio that made Claws has a YouTube channel documenting all behind the scene work. I think I watched it back then. Back around high school. And yeah, I'm just overall impressed by the animation. I gave 0 fucks with the story though. I'm more curious about the artwork and all that. But pretty much that's the technique that they did. They just had gradients much more softer. And that's it. But don't get me wrong, I still do not know what technology they use to make it or to do it much more efficiently, because I know it's gonna take much more longer if we're not using cell shading, or much more solid colors or edges instead of uh, a much more softer edges. This takes up much more work in animation compared to just sharp edges. I don't know what tech they did now. Probably they won't share, and that's understandable. That's the thing about studios, they don't tell. So they just sum it up like, it takes up a lot of work, that's it. Oh, it's almost dinner time. Oh, hold up. Hello, I'm back. Apparently it's dinner time. It's so fucking early though. Okay, let me just rush this, I guess. I mean, if you guys are down on waiting for me, finish my dinner and shit, this is gonna turn into like what do you call those long ass streams? Gorilla streams? But nah, I just need to finish this full body. And that's it. trying to remember another suit that got a couple of former Disney animators that is currently working on something. But I hadn't heard of them since. I think it was Don Blunt. Hold on. Let me search. Oh, this guy. Actually, the only one I recognize here is Anastasia, and I didn't even watch that movie as a kid. Have you watched Intergalactic yet? I have not heard of that. Oh, actually, I've seen the trailer. Because, you know, art style. But I have not watched it. Yeah, this style blew up mainly because of Spider-Verse. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm happy that 3D animation is finally rendered in a different way, instead of the usual rendered Pixar style aesthetic, which I am supremely sick and tired of seeing. Don't get me wrong, it's impressive to see them, but at the same time, it's kind of getting boring now. And the changes are little to nothing and subtle. So it still kind of counts as playing safe. And using the usual Disney formula. And honestly, Disney and Pixar, or I guess Disney, both of them are Disney anyways, are kind of like the Apple in the animation industry. They're improving something, but they're not completely changing something. I like the style from what I've seen the trailer, but the low frame rate gives me bad memories of Kevin Hart and the show. Am I the only one who doesn't mind it? Mind lower frame rates. I'll only mind it if it's like it's only running at 5 frames per second. Of course I'm gonna mind that. But if it's so minor, I wouldn't mind it all too much. Because I guess in video games are a fucking exception. You need higher frame rate over there. But when it comes to animation, you don't need it. Like you fucking don't. You don't need higher frame rate. You only need enough. Kinda like 24, you only need enough. Because going higher is just... it's just ineffective. And it's just unnecessary. labor, especially when it comes to frame by frame animation. Of course, really smooth animation always hits different, but at the same time, I don't want to see butter sliding and gliding around the screen 24/7. Okay, let me actually finish this, but I'm kind of getting distracted. And I guess it's also, I guess it's because it's 3D. People are so used to like seeing a much more smoother frame rate when it comes to 3D animation, so I can't blame you. I used to be okay with low frame rates, but the Kevin Hart NFT show ruined it for me. I am so glad I didn't see that. Or didn't watch too much of it. I mean, NFC kind of ruins anything it touches, right? The Dogi or the Doge meme became cringe now because of them. The literal monkey became much more cringier than it should have been. And other more fiascos. Damn, dude really got PTSD from the NFT show. I mean, bro, come on. NFT are inherently traumatizing to any artist out there. And I cannot blame them. And the thing is, this NFT shenanigan wouldn't really be harmful to artists if it just, if it's more regulated, it's more, actually governed and checked, and make sure that everyone is using the right fucking properties and all that. It could have been a great thing, but nah. Just proved itself to be obsolete. I'm going to see if any Azuki people are still in your Twitter. They probably are. Oh god. I am surrounded by cringe in Twitter. I can't literally fucking post shit anymore without dying inside. For the most part, I tend to not give a shit. If you do that, then you fucking do that. As long as you're not causing any harm, that's fine by me. But, that's not how it's looking now, does it? And pretty much why crypto is still probably scammy. People are, man, it's kind of like investing in stocks, but much more, there's much more copium involved. Everyone is running on copium. I did see some small animation studios who struggled at first get their projects through NFTs, so I don't straight up hate them. It's just that there's a scummy way to use them. Yeah, exactly. If it's only regulated and, you know, what do you call it? Much more systematic, I guess. Basically regulated in a much more stable way. It's completely fucking helpful for artists. But nah, people are straight up. And I think that's the problem in crypto in general. It's not really regulated by anyone apart from those high bidders, I guess. And since it's not regulated, it's very unstable and so fucking easy to exploit. That's why there's a lot of people using it in the most scummiest way. Because it's that easy to exploit it. Because it's not being regulated by, you know, by anyone. And yeah, that's actually another thing, which is why I don't hate NFTs completely. It's actually super helpful for animators. Because here's the thing. Animations, you cannot buy that shit. It's literally a non-tangible product. And it's perfect for it. But since it's a space that is easily exploitive, the future is looking really rough. So yeah, I wouldn't hate anyone if it's just if they're doing it in a more, you know, the way that is intended to be used and they're just genuine about it. I hate the ones that are so fucking exploitive about it. Like, you can obviously tell they're in it for the money. And nothing more and nothing less. Well, instead of finding those Ozaki idiots, I ended up being a PH only fan spot, and then you found out linking to a P. Oh, those bots. Didn't I delete that shit? Or did it only delete it on me? But yeah, those shit are like fucking everywhere. Okay, seriously, what's the story behind your profile fix? Because wow. Mine? It's just a bunch of screenshots of like Yuri Yuri manhwas and mangas. But I also liked it because of the artworks. Yeah, I read some gay shit. What's new? But for the most part, the art is fucking bomb. Like, holy shit. It's one of those type. It's those type of artworks I will not be doing because I do not have the patience for it. Okay, we're almost done. Just need to like. Let me fix this. Not working. Just keep it that way. Okay. What's left are the armor. Oh god. And the shield. I thought I was finished. Really love how this metal is looking. Like, you know, you can see the scratches and all that stuff. I mean, it really looks shit on this angle because the one that I save is like low res. I only need it for reference. That's why they're gonna be in potato quality. Yuri and porn manhwas for some reason has good artwork. Yeah, exactly. For some reason, their artworks go fucking hard for absolutely no reason. I don't know if you guys are like familiar with Sid Snap. I think she talked about it before. Hentai was art, I think that's the video. It was basically a hentai manga that has like beautiful fucking artworks, but it's straight up porn. But I think a lot of manga artists started that way. But they do not have a fucking reason to be popping off like this. Like, holy shit. And this feel this weight above or but do I enjoy that content? Not really. I'm just really there for the fucking artwork. If I see like one panel of a drawing, I'm just like, yo, this is actually a great reference. And I'm just looking forward to the artworks. But some of them also has like this has a nice sweet story to it. Which I do not mind. I mean, if the artwork was ass, then who would read it? I mean, I don't think that applies on that applies on Mob Psycho and One Punch Man. I was truly carried by the story and friendship that they gone through along the way. And people like unique looking art styles sometimes. It just do be like that. But actually, the mangaka, the original mangaka for Mob Psycho and One Punch Man can actually draw. He can actually draw. Maybe he's just holding back. He's just using 1% of his power. And honestly, making manga, yeah, the art style, if I'm gonna do the art for it, I would definitely make it look scuffed intentionally. Because I am not gonna put many hours to a few pages. I cannot. I do not have the patience. But hey, that's just me. I barely have any patience to my own artworks either. I actually appreciate the art styles from Mob Psycho. I think Mob Psycho works because it's funny as hell. Like, some frames of it are just a masterpiece. I think it was learning some basics from Murata. I mean, it's probably inevitable. And that's the thing. Being exposed, I guess being exposed to like, you know, the right people, you can get easily influenced. I remember that time I was like, so basically around elementary school, I'm like a fucking dumbass, right? But then I get to hang out with friends who are like, who are smart and all that stuff. Basically a good influence for me, I guess. So I started being just like them. It's not, doesn't work all the time, that's for sure. But it can help. Being surrounded by the right people can help. One's weird way of naming his character and places is always funny to me. Like, who the heck comes up with evil natural ocean water? I forgot. I think there's also another. Oh, actually, it's not a manga. What I'm thinking right now is actually Kirby. The naming of Kirby, I think, is actually hilarious. And who would have thought that Kirby is so fucking filled with bombast lores? Like, holy shit. Kirby is actually the fucking equivalent to Kratos, but in Nintendo fashion. I mean, I'm still no Kirby connoisseur, so feel free to correct me. To anyone who is much more educated to Kirby lore. And the oxymoron that is homeless emperor. Dude just loves it. It's simple, but effective. And I guess that's the charm of it. Already 6 o'clock. I'm gonna finish or end the stream in a bit. Just let me fill in the gaps for me to like fill in a flat color for this. Because I know for a fact that it's gonna be crazy because there's so much gaps. Yeah, this is gonna bite me in the ass. Because especially when it comes to the coloring stage. My fill tool does not like this gaps at all. I'm not gonna. I don't think I'll be able to like fill every gap because I'm still blind. I don't have 20/20 vision anymore. We only I'll be able to be we only be able to fill in what I can see or what I can come up with. Yes, enough. Oh well, that's good enough. That's good enough for me, bro. Yeah, it's not filling up some parts of it, but that's fine. That is so perfectly fine for me. I can just use this. There'll be some edge. No chill time? I won't be able to chill time, fortunately. Because we were supposed to have dinner. I was supposed to have dinner around 5:30 and it's like 6 o'clock right now. It's very late, basically, compared to my usual hours of drawing. Oh, that's fine. Because there's gonna be no electricity tomorrow. And I can stay up late now. I can stay up around until 11 p.m. I tend to go to bed around 12 a.m. I mean, compared to my friends, that's quite early. My friends are fucking... Like, I just do not understand how they are able to sleep around 3 a.m., 4 a.m., fucking 5 a.m. And they wake up around 11. Or half of the day over. Because if I wake up somewhere around 11, I feel like the day is already over. Like, if I wake up somewhere around half the day already, I feel like the day is already over. And I do not want to do anything anymore because of it. I just do not have the motivation anymore, period. If I wake up around 11, I just be wanting to go back to sleep immediately. And hopefully I will wake up much more earlier when tomorrow comes. That's how my logic goes. We shouldn't have wasted the last chill time on roasting Dragon Ball. Well, yeah, we just talked shit about Dragon Ball back then. Or last time. Okay, I'm gonna do some final adjustments and call this shit done. Oh, that's basically it. Anyways, here are results. This one and this one. Wait, let me put up version where it doesn't have bandages. There we go. And let me save this one also. But yeah. Today we just made 2 sketches and a cleanup for today. How many hours has it been? Almost 5. Let's go. Still not as still isn't our longest stream, that's for sure. You can add me to that list since I have been sleeping at 3 a.m. lately. I can already feel the day feeling short when I wake up around 11 a.m. Exactly. Once you wake up around 11 a.m., what else there is to do? The day is basically over. We will never learn how Goblin Slayer eats with his helmet. I think I've seen an episode of that, talking about that stuff. But anyways, gonna end the stream there now, guys. Thank you so much for joining me today. Unfortunately, I have to end now and eat some dinner. But thank you guys so much for joining me today. Thank you. And hope you guys have had fun on today's stream and hope to see you guys next time. That's goodbyes for now. Hope you guys have a great day, great evening, great night, all that good stuff. Bye bye. Until next time.